Do we have all the panelists here?
Yes, I think Praveen, we are available.
Yes.
Good morning.
Can we begin the session today?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can start.
Sounds good. Great. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. This is Bangalore School of Design's informative web series. Before we begin, I would like to check with everyone that they are safe and well during this crisis. Stay safe, stay home. Keep yourself as sanitized as possible because this is the world we are going to be living in for some time. Before we formally start the webinar session today, I would like to introduce Bangalore School of Design. Bangalore School of Design is a design institute dedicated for design education. We are primarily focused on interior design and interior architecture. We have been established since 2016, and we are affiliated to Bangalore North University for our undergraduate programs, and also we have an academic partnership with Collège de Paris, as in design college from France, for our other academic programs, and also dual degree programs. So the courses what Bangalore School of Design offers range from interior design, interior architecture, graphic design, journalism plus design, UI UX, brand strategy, and more. For more information, do visit our website www.bsd.edu.in. Next, I would like to quickly showcase a small video clipping which will showcase the life at Bangalore School of Design. Please bear with me. Let me just pull that up. And that is Bangalore School of Design in exactly 58 seconds. We put as much as possible we could in that small video clipping. And yes, the campus is very vibrant, exciting, and we really hope we could get back to that normalcy at the earliest. currently we are going to be working online and doing our best. And so yes, now I'd like to introduce our academic director, Preeti Dineshwar. She'll be the moderator for today's webinar. I would request Preeti Dineshwar to introduce the panelists and take this session forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen. Good morning and welcome to all of you present here. Welcome to our panelists and welcome to the student community, which I think is most of our audience today. Also welcome to other young designers who have probably registered and are among the audience today. Welcome to our colleagues, our friends, anyone who is interested in design, most welcome. Today's webinar topic is called Retail Design in the Experience Generation. I am as curious as you guys to know what exactly that means, and we will be hearing about it shortly from our panelists. We'll be getting a lot of insights. So without further delay, I'd like to introduce the panelists present here today. We have with us architect Shyam Sunder, Mr. Nagaraja R, and architect Nirmala Keerthi. They are the three panelists today, and they will be presenting their works, talking about their experiences as far as the design world is concerned, specifically about the retail design, which is, I think, something that would be of immense value and interest, especially to young students who are pursuing courses in design. I'd like to start with introducing architect Shyam Sunder. He is the founder, principal architect, and managing director at 4 Dimensions Retail Design Private Limited. He obtained his B.Arch degree from Bangalore University in 1998 with a specialization in interior design. His expertise lies in experiential design, planning, and design management for the last 23 years, with a focus on strategic development and aligning the design projects to business and functional needs. From a space of about 150 square feet to a store size of, say, 1 lakh square feet and upwards, retail design has always been a passion and a fresh challenge to face and get through. Also, managing teams, handling projects, and rollouts for various brands pan-India, and also countries like Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Singapore, Egypt, and West Asia for more than 10,000 stores and 10 million square feet of functional retail space. The pace still continues. He has also been a visiting faculty at Bangalore University for the B.Arch undergraduate program for 7.5 years. The firm 4D has been winning prestigious VMRD Retail Design Awards year on year continuously from 2012 to 2019. 4D has been awarded as Best Interior Design Company for Retail Design Projects in Karnataka by Brands Academy in 2011. This is just a brief introduction. I could probably go on for another 10 minutes. I'd like to introduce Mr. Nagaraja R.
Hi.
He is a professional with a combined left and right brain learning of mechanical engineering along with a 5 years education in fine arts. He has varied creative experiences as a visualizer in an advertising agency, design illustrator, and as a retail designer before 4D happened. He founded 4 Dimensions Retail Design along with architect Shyam Sunder in the year 2000. A design thinker, a design dreamer, and the design director, heading and guiding the design team and having involved in and delivered more than 200 original design concepts to 4D's happy clients. Sir, our students are definitely going to ask you what an original design concept is.
Yes.
Mr. Nagaraja has been instrumental in 4D winning the various design awards that I mentioned earlier, both nationally as well as internationally. An educationist and having been involved in teaching interior design students and also driving retail design workshops for various design schools. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce architect Nirmala Keerthi. Many of our students are already familiar with her. She is an architect, having obtained her bachelor degree in architecture from MCE Hassan under the Mysore University. She has handled various challenges as senior manager at ING Vaisya for almost 5 years and was responsible in setting up all their offices across the country, complete within the budget and timelines, and was also responsible in rolling out 200 branches across the country in a short period of 3 years. After this, she has been head of real estate and store development at Reliance Vision Express Private Limited for 12 years. She has been responsible for the business expansion from day one of Vision Express in India, handling strategic planning of the proposed network for their business, identifying and finalizing locations for the stores, designing and development of the stores as per international standards across the country, and also managing the facilities provided post the rollouts. She is acknowledged for her well-defined understanding of the business interface and capacity to identify and align company goals and services. She is skilled in optimizing team dynamics, uniting diverse agendas to a common goal, and harnessing strategic and operational drivers to deliver results. She is currently the Director of Design Development at Sarveka Collective. Welcome, Nirmala. We shall start the presentation. I think architect Shyam Sunder will take over and we shall begin the presentation. And we have a set of questions that we will be asking the panelists based on their expertise at the end of the presentation. I request all those who are present here to type in their questions in the chat box. In the meanwhile, as and when the presentation is going on, if there's something that you have a doubt about or that you want to ask questions about at a later stage, start typing them into the chat box and we will take the questions one after the other once the presentation is completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Preeti. So good morning, everybody. This is architect Shyam Sunder from 4 Dimensions. So I would first of all thank Bangalore School of Design, Mr. Praveen and Ms. Preeti for inviting us today for this presentation. So I hope this presentation will be of some insights for all the students, since we are going to take you through the process of design, what we follow. So I think it will be of some good insights for you as design students. So to start with, I'll just do a very brief introduction about 4D, what 4D is and what is the kind of works we do at 4D. And followed by, we will take you through another presentation where Mr. Nagaraj will lead that for introducing you the design process for various projects, what we have done. So I'll just start with this. Just give me a moment. One second.
In the meanwhile, I would request all participants to kindly mute their mics so that there is no overlap and the presentation can be as smooth and clear as possible. Thank you.
Okay. I hope everybody is able to see the screen.
Yes, perfectly well.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. To start with, 4D is a 20-year young organization. We started in the year 2000. Nagaraj and me founded this company. So we are a team of about 60 plus design professionals with offices in Bangalore and in Mumbai, and we have a project office in Delhi also. So this October we will be completing 20 years, and we have worked with more than 70 different client groups, and on an average we have been delivering about 600 plus projects in a year till last year. Obviously this year, due to the pandemic, we have not been able to do that, but till last year consecutively we have been able to deliver more than 600 plus projects. We are a multidisciplinary retail experience design team, rollout management, and design professionals. So what is our expertise? We work on retail architecture, interior design, visual merchandising, fixtures and lighting design, graphics and communication design, phygital curations. That is, I'll explain to you a little further what you mean by phygital, and rollout management. So these are the scope of work what we handle for all our clients. So this is the core team. As I told you, Nagaraj and me founded this company way back in the year 2000. So I think already our introduction is done. Hari, Surender, and Soini are senior team members of the company, directors as well as senior team members with varied experience. So these are the corporate groups which we work with. Most of the corporate groups in India, from Aditya Birla Group, Reliance Retail, Shoppers Stop, Future Group, international brands like H&M, Tables, Apple. We are the national architects of Apple India, Vodafone, MI, Amazon. All are our clients. So we have worked on various original design concepts. Ms. Preeti was asking, what do you mean by original design concept? We do two kinds of works, where one is the original design concept, where the complete conceptualization and the design for the brand is 100% done by 4D. From understanding the brand, understanding the target audience, designing the complete space and environment for the brand, as well as delivery of those the project to the customer or to the brand. We do that completely here. Apart from that, there are some international brands. So these are few original design concepts which we have done in India, and also some of the projects outside India also. So there are some projects where we work with international brands. We don't design for them. We only are the national architects and the brand custodians for them in India. So we ensure that as per the brand guidelines for these international brands, we ensure that the entire brand representation is done in the right way here in India, and all the auditing, and as well as ensuring that the brand interface with the customer is done in the right way. So that is where the difference is between original design concept and adaptation of the international brands to Indian scenario. So we have been winning a lot of awards from the last 8 to 10 years. We have won last 3 years consecutively the VMSD Retail Design Award from US. It's an international award. So last 3 years we have won consecutively, and from 2012 onwards, VMRD Retail Design Awards we have been winning. What you see here is only from 2016 to 19, but we have been winning from 2012. We've also been on the cover pages of various design magazines, and a lot of design articles and design blogs. So I'll just take you through what it means by phygital design, just to give you a brief background. See, we are all of us are aware that...
Sir, can you please present?
Sorry?
We are unable to see your screen. Can you please present it, represent it?
Okay.
Thank you.
1 second. One second. Sorry. Okay. Are you able to see now?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Yes, sir, we can.
Yeah. See, as all of you are aware that last 4 or 5 years, the digital space has taken over to a certain extent on the shopping part of it. So all of you have been customers for the digital shopping, that is online shopping, what we call. whether it is the Amazons of the world or Flipkarts of the world or any other online shopping platform. On an online shopping platform, there are a lot of conveniences which you can sit at the comfort of your home, select whatever you want online. There are various filters. So there is a what you call journey, what happens in the online platform where, say, you want to select a shirt or a trouser or any other thing, you can first shortlist. I mean, you can decide what you want, then select the color what you want, select the patterns if you want any on your shirt, and all these are possible through filters. So you directly head to the what you call shortlisted products. There, then you start selecting based on your size and the color you want, etc. All that you select, put it into your cart, exit. Once you finish your what do you call selection, go to the cart, check out, pay online, exit. It will come to the convenience of your home. All of you are aware of this process. So, but in physical retail, which is the physical shopping experience, you go to a store. So there is a customer service agent who will greet you, and he will ask you what do you want. Then you will say, I want a shirt. Then you have to explain him the entire thing. Okay, so you have to explain, I want a blue shirt with printed some printed floral pattern or whatever you want, or you want some check shirt or something like that. He will take you through the entire thing, and finally again come to the cash counter, check out, pay the thing, come out and all that. So, but there is a process, or there is a what you call difference between the experience what you have in an online and an offline platform. Phygital is what is a marriage, or what you can call as combination of physical world and the digital world. So it is called as phygital, where we bring the online experience convenience into a physical store. So you can get the same experience as an online. You go to, so there is an interface which happens in the store. The interface can be through varied tools, like it can be through RFID, it can be through what you call online platform again available, or any other technology which can be UV, infrared, or it can also be using virtual reality or anything for that matter, where you use these tools for creating better convenience and better interface with the customer. So the customer is also identified, where in an online platform, the online platform knows who you are as a customer because you would have logged in already. But in an offline platform, you are not aware. So your previous purchases or your previous tastes are not known to the store customer service agent. But what we are doing in a phygital interface is that we are getting the convenience of an online to a physical store. So you are identified as a customer. When you enter the store, you are greeted by your name. They know what is your previous purchases. They will tell you, okay, there is a new launch in a blue color shirt. For example, if you are a person who likes blue color, so they will tell you that there are few new launches in the color what you like. So can I take you directly to that particular location or the particular product where I can showcase you that. So that is the convenience which we can bring in by merging online and offline platforms together. So this we have been doing from the last 3 years as a company. And these are few of our works. I'll quickly take you through this because we have another presentation also left. So we have been working with Chumbak, which most of you are aware, throughout the country, creating the entire concept, design, and also rolling out their stores. We have about 70 plus stores across the country. This is a Space Management Experience Center in Indiranagar, Bangalore. This is a experience center for office furniture for a company called Space Management. It's a manufacturing company, and we created this space as an interface for their clients. This is Logic Display Experience Center. So Logic Display is a Singapore-based company who are into manufacturing and also dealing with digital screens, different types of digital screens. from a large screen to a screen on the ceiling to a screen on the floor to any kind of screen. You talk about any kind of digital screen, they will manufacture. So this is an experience center again for their customers. So all of you are aware of Pepperfry, the furniture online platform. So they have come out with a separate store called Pepperfry Snooze, where they sell only mattresses. This is Somani Tiles Experience Center. This is in Hebbal, in the Outer Ring Road, Hebbal. So these, what we are presenting you right now is some award-winning works. This is MI Experience Center, which is in Indira Nagar 100 Feet Road. Store and Experience Center, both. So this is Tulips, which is into luxury furnishings. This is in Defense Colony in Delhi. They're into home furnishings, but premium and luxury segment. This is the store design for And, the brand And, which is from the house of Anita Dongre, the designer. Bruges is a chocolate brand, which is a 50-year-old brand in Pune. So this is again an cafe come store come experience zone for where you can experience different types of chocolates. There are classes which chefs take for people who can register for learning how to make chocolates. So this is a multi-utility store and experience zone and a cafe. So as I told you, we work with a lot of international brands where the design comes from the brand, and we are the national architects, or where we roll out, we ensure as brand custodians for that brand. These are international brands. The national brands are all, most of them are designed by us, but we also roll out projects for them across the country. And we also work with international design company called Dazzle and Po, which is one of the top 10 design companies in the world. So they're based out of London, and we work with them very closely for a lot of design collaboration, design know-how, as well as we have worked with them in for projects in locations like Turkey and other European countries. Yeah, this is a brief background about us. So now I'll take you to the next part of presentation. Okay, here we are going to take you through some experience design approach samples. I will start with the presentation, and Mr. Nagaraj will take you through this entire examples and how we go through the process of design. So to start with, we have the first example, which is a brand called
Sorry, sir. Hello, I'm sorry, sir, to interrupt you. Can you share screen once again? Somebody is coming and going. That certain screen is going off.
Okay.
Thank you.
I request the participant not to share the screen. The panelists will be sharing the screen, please. Thank you.
Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mr. Nagaraj, my partner, will take over from now. Nagaraj, you can start. So
yeah, sure. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for Ms. Preeti and Praveen to give us an opportunity to share our works with the future design students. So what Shyam has explained so far about the company and briefly about what we do. So definitely we have a passion for retail. That I think that is what making us in all these years. So we are just taking, before we start some questions and all that, we thought we'll just share you that whatever design you saw, that output in the beginning, I mean, actually how it is started from the scratch, how it is arrived. It is not just made a drawing just like that, whatever the requirement and made. So there is a process involved. So we just give you one gist. I mean, how actually from the brief, design brief till the execution of the store, what all it has gone through, the stages of a design. So this is first sample is Simon Carter. Yeah, Shyam, you can
Yeah.
change the screen. So first what happens is clients briefs us about the product and the brand. So when you say this brand study, so we need to understand what is the work we need to do. So let us say now the Simon Carter, if you just briefly, if you talk about this brand, it is a UK-based brand launched in 1985 by a designer of the same name. Actually, it is more like the fashion designer, like a boutique he has started on his own. So his language is British classic with a little quirk, and English, that Liberty prints, Coqui motifs, and all that. So this is the what brand exists in UK. So the client wants to bring these into India. I mean, they were taken the what you say brand custodian, and they wanted to launch it in
License,
India.
license.
So license. Then we started designing for the Indian context. So brands have a formals and a smart casuals. The pricing will be, and the brands will be somewhere near Tommy and Massimo Dutti brands. The important thing will be the differentiated experience through merchandise and stores. Even that merchandise has a story of its own. Actually, if you see closely the product, and they wanted to have a store between 800 to 1200 square feet. So this was their business plan, and this is what been given as a background to start the work. So next, what we are doing, the proposition of the brand, we need to start understanding what is. They want to stay different, witty and creative, and carry off what others cannot. So naturally, when there are so many apparel brands, so every brand has a story of its own. So this story of this brand is they want to stay different, and also the product is a witty and creative, which we need to reflect in the stores also. So this was the core proposition. Then see, for every person has their own character or a persona. Even brand has a persona. So that persona is defined first. So it is more of eclectic, humorous, nostalgic, curious. So these are the few keywords actually, which is given by the brand, from there which we take it on. So brand persona, once those words are given, you start visualizing. They mean you start taking the mood boards. I mean referential mood boards to get that from the word to the visual part of it. So maybe then we start creating the mood boards, taking those keywords. So this is one such a mood board. I will not go into the detail of each board. This actually reflects that what is being given to us. So brand, so before we start designing, we need to know the also brand, what is it today. So these are some of the stores in UK by Simon Carter. So this is totally different from what we designed, but his own purpose was he wants to be a designer, and he doesn't want to get into making stores and all that. Actually, he also was known as a king of cufflinks. Actually, he was very good, and I think that was one of the products sold more. And gradually, he started introducing other products also, like apparel, suits, blazers, shirts, trousers, and all that. And also, he is an artist and a designer, and also he makes a comics also, which actually we have taken that cue also into our store design. So this is that offline imagery, what is there. And these are to study, because we need to study from all the directions. So here, also if you say in the online imagery, it says Simon says. So that means it is not a brand. Even though Simon is a brand, it is more one-to-one. It is more like a designer. So that's what even in the main caption also, if you say the Simon says, that means he talks about the style, what is the trending now and all that. I mean, maybe this is one of the campaign's online imagery. So this is the extension of it. So then whom we are designing? See, there is one is we got the product, what is actually for what we have to design, and it is for whom to design. So there is a customer who is taking this product. So Simon Carter consume is affluent, urban man, age group of 28 to 35. So he is driven by a strong sense of individuality. Simon Carter, for them, is expression of their inner belief. That means he is like what we said, no, quirk, individualistic, and all that. So these are the customer. At the same time, it is a true luxury. That is the brand what it is talking about. And naturally, this person travels a lot. He knows internationally what is happening, and maybe he is CEO of a company. So these are the customers for which we need to take as a reference to design the store. So one is we know the brand, we know the customer, what are the offerings, what are actually they are going to sell. So this is mainly for the men's, it is a smart casual, leisure wear, smart formal, special occasions. So these are the detailed list of the products, what they are offering to the customer. So now we have mapped all the 3 or 4 ingredients: brand, customer, target, customers, and the offerings. Now we need to come to the table, start decoding what actually the design has to be, how it can be materialized. So to do that, we need to know the competition first. We cannot be ignorant. Once we design, later if you say, oh, somebody else also thought of same thing, then it is a waste of time. So it is, you need to know what is around or who are the competition for this kind of a target customer. So usually what we do whenever we start designing, we create a quadrants depending on the brief. Example for Simon Carter, so we defined the 4 quadrants from quirky to conventional, then classic to contemporary. If you see the first quadrant which says quirky and contemporary, some brands fall in that. Maybe some classic and quirky, it will fall into that. Classic and conventional, there is another quadrant. So we need to bucket it now. Who are our competition? Where actually they stay? Which quadrant they stay? So that we will clearly know where we are going. I mean, for the further to decode the brand of Simon Carter. So they told us that these are the competitions. Let us say Tommy Hilfiger, maybe because of the price and the product, the styling, whatever you take that as a reference, and also store as an imagery. So Tommy Hilfiger, if you see, so let us say if we put the Tommy Hilfiger in this quadrant, which has the store persona of contemporary and conventional with modern touch presentation, and it is a retro American tone of voice, what it is. So we said this will fall somewhere between conventional and contemporary, less of contemporary, somewhere in between quirky and conventional. It is not so quirky, and definitely it has
contemporary and less conventional.
Yeah, less conventional. It is less quirky, more conventional.
Yeah.
So it is in this quadrant.
But
then if you, next, if you go to the next one, see Sibo Dhoti, if you see, so if you try this where actually it fits in, it has a persona of classic and conventional, and it has a classic with modern touch of presentation. It is more of an Italian tone. So it is in the quadrant of classic and conventional. I mean, it is not as contemporary as Tommy Hilfiger. So it has a classic elements. So definitely it falls under this quadrant. Yeah. So then Ralph Lauren, if you go into that again, if you see again, it falls into the third quadrant, which is between conventional and the classic. So then these are the international brands, because we are in the street or in the mall, the store is going to stand not only those brands along with the popular Indian brands also. So which like an LP, Arrow, Raymond, So we just thought where actually it will fit in. So that also will fit in somewhere here in this part, what you see in this slide. Group Brothers, all that. So now we understood the competition. Now we've understood actually where we are in the fashion market for this particular target segment. So if you see these three, Ted Baker, Paul Smith, and Hackett, no, I think these are the somewhere near to our brand, which has its own what you say, classic with an eclectic twist for Ted Baker, and classic the Hackett, it is more classical and all that. So these are the main positioning for Simon Carter. So we thought Simon Carter would fall somewhere here. So we wanted to be definitely contemporary and also want to be quirkier than Tommy Hilfiger or Hackett or whatever. So it is like actually landing onto a ground from the sky, actually where you are going to land. So you start knowing your way, where actually it is. Now we have understood with this slide so many, what to say, phases of work. Actually, if you see now, still we have not started the store design yet. So now we are coming into the Simon Carter. I'll just take you this very quickly. So what are the experience drivers for Simon Carter? As the brief is given, it's art of dandy, creative experiments in self-expression, enable channels to share pride in the brand, dynamism, discovery, so deja vu. So these are the things which we arrive as a key wings for the store. So store persona should be contemporary and modern, British with a sophisticated deja vu twist. And presentation should be the art of dandy. Dandy is a person who stylishly dresses with that coat and that kerchief, no? Those that English traditional dressing, and engagement, dynamic dialogues through physical storytelling and sharing. I think this is what store persona, presentation, and engagement, what we thought to be incorporated in the store design. So now we come to the board inspirations for key wings, which we have already arrived at the key wings. So it says contemporary and modern British touch with sophisticated. Now here you start visualizing the space. So maybe these are the some cues which will take us to start designing the space. So this architecture, the elements are there, architectural elements, and even if you see the staircase, the photo frame, and all that, no, that it is not totally classical. At the same time, it is not very modern. It is somewhere lies in between.
Yeah. So apart from architectural elements, there are also lifestyle elements. So please note that a store is not just about creating the look and feel of the interiors. It is also about how it can be visually merchandised and create that nostalgic effect of belonging to that particular time or particular era. So there are a lot of lifestyle elements also as a part of the thing which are represented in this imagery.
Yeah. So when we say store presentation, it is the product presentation. I think overall how the product is presented. So to present the product, actually we have to see also when it wears actually what is the style it denotes. So we need to keep this in mind. So modern gentlemen are returning to the dandy fashion and embraces fashion as a form of self-expression. Like some keywords you can see here. So this has to be kept in mind when we design the store, because when you put the product, the environment also has to take its space. It has to add value to the product. For any store, before we start the layout or a zoning in place, first we need to know the what you say as a customer journey. Actually, what is that he does first? What does he see? Then what happens into the next level? So he interacts with the product, then he accesses the product, then he buys. These are the journey. Usually we do it for all the stores, particularly for this store. We said the window area can be more of an announcer, where you create a curiosity through dynamism, display, and all that. Then we take it as an anti-room. Even these words are actually derived out of that same culture and the brand. So create a curiosity, then present the new fashion ideas for the creative expression where actually the product are displayed. Then you have a trial room, fashion consultation, all that will happen. So this is the journey which we need to create in the store. So this happens for every store. This is the basic, even before we do the bubble diagram and all that, which you need to define this. So then you come to a block layout, just placing, seeing the circulation and all that. So same thing is reflected in the plan as you clearly make out. So this is where actually the work starts now. So we created a brand environment board. So this will be the pinup board, which now you have a layout, this all whatever is agreed with the client and all that, this you print it and put it on your desktop and start working. So it is not that this is only an inspiration and these are only a trigger points to design, which actually we may not finally your store may not look like this, because these are the for some cues we take it from the each board, which actually we would have searched around 1,000 images and come to shortlisted of these. So this is very important to have it. So at the any stage of the design process, you will not go away from what you have thought of in the beginning. So we have to keep on cross checking with the board whether we are on the right path. So we did two approaches for the brand, and this was the approach 2 and that was the approach 1, which we took approach 1 as a initiation, so that we have to do this also as an options we need to work here. So design realization, if you see that this is the completed store pictures. If you see the first picture where you have a facade, we say even the facade, if you see, that is totally changeable, because fashion it is not constant, it is changing. So maybe after 6 months even facade can be changed. Even if you cleanly observe the mannequins and all, it is not just a fiber or something like that, it is all made of paper mesh. And the architecture is British, but the quirk. And even if you see the chandeliers and all that, it's a totally the music trumpet has been converted as a chandelier.
Yeah, actually, Simon's personal hobby was also to, blow the trumpet. So we selected that element. So we understood a lot of elements from his personal life also. So he had his own pet dog, which is actually translated into the window to create a quirky and a fair, where a customer can understand, make as a very significant element in the window. So Nagaraj, what is the name of the dog he had?
No, I don't know. I forgot.
Yeah.
The
So
dog.
we actually
The dog and
yeah.
The dog actually, even if you see one of the slide on the, we have created one like a toy like the same dog, where actually it start communicating about the product category, what is it in the special in the product, all that. So this is done. We have done many pieces of it and actually put it together. And also some cues you can see there is a trial room in the bottom right side, left second picture where trial room area, where we have created as a gallery, the collection. Usually artists or a designer travels across the world, they keep collecting their whatever that interests the curio. So even that we created as a part of the trial room lounge. And also you see next to that there is a wall with his sketchbooks where the designer does his sketches and all that. So we put it together and actually we project his interviews and all on the book there. So it is what we are trying to tell. It is not what you sell, it is how you sell. Finally, shirt is a shirt. But actually in this product, if you go deep into the shirt also, there are a lot of the way he designed it's different. So even the trial room, if you see, it's all reverse. You have a table and chair in the ceiling, and one wall is totally it's his own comic derived wallpaper. So like that, we need to make it. At the same time, you should not disturb the product, which is for the customer to buy. I think this is just one brief introduction about that one project. So same happens. This is just for you to show the different category how actually we have another two we have. So I'll just take you this little faster. So many we have done a tile experience center in Bangalore, Yelahanka.
No, Hebbal Nagaraj, Hebbal.
Hebbal, yeah. Next, yeah. So again, brand study goes in. So this is all the history of the brand, who started, when all that will happen. Then the offerings. So in wall tiles, you would be knowing there are so many tiles nowadays. You have wall tiles, floor tile, within the tiles, vitrified, GVT, PVT, all that. I think so. You need to understand the product, because we cannot compromise on the display setting at all. Whatever that SKU, we call it as a stock keeping units. So that has to be taken care. I mean, we cannot totally go into design mode and start forgetting about the product. So that has to be there. Next, Shyam. Yeah. So again, the target customer, like what we said for the Simon Carter, same way, like who are the influencers, like architects, and architects are influencers actually to buy the tile. They might go with the client and all that. Sometimes client also will go, and project heads, maybe some dealers are there. So they say you go and see in the experience center tile, then you come here, you can buy it. So those people are there. The dealers also might take them into the store, contractors. So these are our customers. So then we said we have to have a story or a strategy, which we thought we take it as a brand unique experience strategy. So we have to have a purpose, like to deliver inspiration, joy, and contentment in the experience of selecting tile solution. So this is the whole purpose of the store when we design. So there is one more set. Personality. What should be the personality of the store? We are talking about the store. So store is, we say it is an innovator, not a trader. It is not a transactional. So he is a guide. He is not an informer. It is beautiful, not plain. It's a confident, not moderate. That means it is more authentic and all that. And it is very friendly and empathetic, not basic transactional. Because style buying, no, it is just you see the pattern or what you need and you just buy it. I think it is more than that. It has more. So it becomes a friendly, confident, and consultative guide. So our whole store personality should be this. Yeah. So the how should the place look like? It should be a relaxed environment that inspires, enables people to bring dreams of beautiful living to reality. That means when they go here, they should, whatever that the need, what they had, actually that the story has to be completed in the store. So the decision will be taken there itself. So place has to inspire the audience. Presentation is about, again, the product presentation. So when you say, it is not just selling the tile, how the tile is made, how even you can cut the tile on in the store itself. So it is not that whenever layer says, no madam, it can be done like this only, then you will also know, no, not like this. So you will be educated. This means it's in one level, the store takes you up with the informative knowledge also. And they have a tile visualizer and all that, where even if you select one tile, you can see in 1,000 square feet how it looks. So this will be the mix of purpose, personality, place, and presentation. So this is the guide for us to take the store design further. So usually, because it's like Simon Carter, other than that brand, here the usage will be different. First, actually, when you want to select a tile, you see the usage, where I need to put the tile. Then you come to the design. Then you come to the construction. Then you say the size, 200 or 600 by 600 or whatever. No, then you come to the budget. No, my budget is this much only. So this is actually the process when you select the tile. So we have actually converted this selection process into the zones. Like usage and design should actually inspire the customer. Same usage, design, construct and site should educate the customer. Construct and usage should demonstrate. Then design and price is the information display. So this creating the zone, then you start doing what we said again, the customer journey, the bubble diagram, all that will follow from here. So this is the store size of around 1,500 square feet. So you can
7,000
see
square feet.
7,500 square feet, where it is a destination store. It is, I mean, it's in the first floor. So you can see the tile and the detailing we go across. All the tiles where it is displayed and the graphic communication, what has to happen in the store. So this is not going into the detail. I'm just telling then the communication, the visual communication, how it should be. So there might be a testimonials from the architects or the users. Then how actually it is depicted. So then I will come to the store design and so then the whole experience space. Again, it's a mood board like what we did for the other brand. Same way you create a mood board. It's more of a innovation gallery. That is the theme actually taken and arrived at this board. So then we came to the design visualization. You can see how all this translated into the space. Then we have some few visuals. So this is where actually you enter. We call that as a Samani gallery. Even you can see all the red imagery. Those are actually architect prints on a tile itself. So whatever you see here, it is all tile. Even the lamp shades are all a scanned image of the tile print and converted as a lamp shade fabrics. So this even we created as the people used to lay the tile, the screeder, mallets and all that. So that we use it as a what you say mural for the wall, installation and a mural for the wall. And these rods, the cast iron rods, usually you use to construct the house. So that became an inspiration to work on the gallery area. That means, so this is the space, the stage between the completion of the home where you are about to lay the tile. So somewhere we are there. So I think even we got that inspiration. And this is where he gets introduced into the product and the brand. Then both left and right, you have the product access. So you can see some of the, you can see the cutting plate, the spanners, the light tile cutters and all that. Here actually we have done a demo of that where you can cut the tile master. Say you can actually try and all that you can do it here. And you can see left and right side all the products. Yeah. So in between, usually a tile shop, you see continuous tile display.
Yeah, one
So
small,
we created a space.
sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nagaraj.
Yeah.
Just want to add
Yeah.
on to here. The reason why we wanted to create a tile cutting demo area is that in India today, the biggest challenge we have is to get the quality of laying perfect. Except in high quality jobs like 5-star hotels or anything, most of the laying work what is normally done is not of great quality. So Somani as a brand wanted to educate the customer or educate what is the best quality and how the process of tile cutting or laying has to be done. So they have trainers in the store where, say, for example, you're an architect or a designer, you want to take your contractor or your tile layer to the store. You can go there, you can actually attend a workshop. They will tell you all the best practices internationally and nationally, what is the best practices for cutting the tile, what is the kind of adhesives to be used or the what kind of spacers to be used. All those kind of best elements they showcase to you and train the contractor or the tile layer what are the best way to do it. So this is as a strategy we introduced in the design concept. So it is not something which came in the brand. The brand actually wanted to do a regular tile store, but we told them that to make differentiated offering from the competition. The competition is Kajaria. Kajaria is the biggest brand in India. But when you go to a Kajaria store, there is nothing like where the Kajaria, they will only showcase their product. But we suggested to Somani that let us not do what Kajaria is doing. Let us do something beyond what Kajaria is doing and educate your customer and make them understand what is the best quality or the best practices which are used. So this is where this zone got introduced.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, continue, Nagaraj.
Yeah. No, because there is a lot of other things. We don't want to take much time.
Yeah.
Maybe we can do it later also. So these are the breaks we created where they can keep changing the display of tiles so that new arrivals and all can be done, and store also doesn't look monotonous all the time. So then you have, before actually going to the tile, moving the heavy cassettes, before that you have samples here, small samples. You can actually take it and make a combination. Okay, it will be for my kitchen, it's a living room, or how actually the between the living room and the kitchen, or this how actually it goes well with the material and the texture. You can put it across on the table. Then you can go to the actual library of tiles also. So these are the breaks which been created. And you can see other views, even if you see the communication, a lot of communication, because you have to authenticate the brand. You need to talk about what it is technically, how it is made and all that. So this is the view from Tile Master area. And also they have a category for, they call it as a French collection, that sanitary commodes, wash basins and all they have. So we created within that like a shop in shop, where we created some French architecture we bought in schematically and put it in the center of the store. So this is a live bar. Bar in the sense it's a tap. You can actually put the tap on, and you need you know the flow of water also from the tap. That whatever that triangular table you see. So we have done also one installation on top of this, just to highlight as a feature place. And beyond that, you can see the architect lounge, where they sit, discuss, finalize, and all that. So this is the view of an architect lounge. So even architect lounge table has a tile sample, so it can be taken and given to the architect. You have a TV, you can reflect your laptop, you can discuss, so that this becomes a conclusion area where actually they can finalize with the project engineer or architect or the clients. You can discuss and finalize it. So this is that overall approach. You can have a look at it. It's in Bangalore only. Whenever time, you can always see the store. So this is a live bath room left side. If you see, automatically you have buttons. You can switch on and see the water from the shower, how it comes and all that. Then all these wash basins we set as these as an art, as a sculpture. So we didn't want to just place it regularly. So it is spread more like an art in an exhibition kind of a thing. Even the form, shape, the touch feel, more of a sculpture with the edge lit frames and all that. So we just made it look interesting. So these are some of the views. Actually, the story is done now. This is visualization. Whenever I think Shyam also showed in the first presentation of the completed store photos of this. Yeah.
This is actually this store we won the best in show award in the international design in BMSD USA.
Yes. So another two small projects. I think it's the final one. The Fila, we designed it for them, even though Fila has an international design. And till last year, it was not global. Global in the sense, all the product which is sold in international market was not sold in India. Now they have a license and they are selling here also. So they wanted to come out with a concept. The brief from the brand, very simple, clean, neat, and very sporty. And it is more of a fashion and a lifestyle than just because it is not just a shoe. They have other things also. So we'll just show you, this is the brand history about that. Yeah. So this is the brand attitude, actually, young, effortless and all that. Then the positioning. Yeah, positioning of the brand. So case studies, we did few US Polo, same way, like what we told you on that other Lacoste. Then Tommy Hilfiger sportswear, particularly, not the regular one. And then one more is Adidas Originals. This the store is in Berlin, Germany. So these were some case studies which we did. Then the learnings, inferences, and all you arrive. Then the purpose, personality, like same way what we said. So that is been arrived to define, express, map it, create, and engage through the presentation. Then so purpose is to create a personality, is purpose is so the celebrate smart design that integrates aesthetic performance and fashion glamour. Then we have personality of the store, which is it's more of a home, work, or hangout, something like that. The place should be of particular target customer when so young, stylish, irreverent, and bold. So that was the personality for this brand. And this is the zoning of the store, in the sense like a bubble diagram, what actually, like we said, no, whole journey, customer journey. Then naturally the product portfolio, I think what options, the storage, particularly in a footwear store, you need to handle the storage. That's very important because you can't keep everything in the front of the store. So this is a bubble diagram to show all the product ranges and the flow of the customer journey. So this is the mood board. Again, we said this is a mood board to step into the design process. So then the color and the material palette, what actually should be the highlight, accentuated, general color, all this consider. Then you have a visualization store. So you have few, if you see, it is very clean, simple. You have a video in the back ending, and also ceiling, if you observe, because it is also promoting tennis in the very beginning. If you see, it is something like a tennis court, the lighting, what you see on the top, but it is very subtle. Unless you tell, you will not know, but we don't want to be on the face. So this is where the products, because a vibrant and colorful product, kept the store neutral, energetic, and young. I think yeah, that would do. Even the fixturing, if you see the action shade of blue in the fixturing. So this is just a video what he is sharing. The cashback, what actually happens in the cashback. Clean, digital, plus it really communicates what it wants to talk. So this is done in malls also, high streets also. I think these are the few samples and examples just for you to understand what actually goes into retail design. I think maybe if that helps, it will be nice. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Keerthi. Thank you for all the students.
Thank you so much. I think it was like a very brilliant insight into, how one needs to approach a design project, and what are the, parameters that you need to consider. And I'm sure the students have benefited greatly from this, because you took them through the entire design process rather than just, showcasing the kind of work that you have done, which is extraordinary in itself, but also how exactly you approach the project, and how you needed to study the client background, and how you needed to study the competition, and of course the the bubble diagram and the zoning, which I think many students always tend to think is a waste of time, but how important it is to actually follow that process before you arrive at your final design solution. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Nirmala, would you be taking over now?
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. While you all have seen such beautiful stores that were created, designed, and gave you such visual treat in terms of the way the stores were done, and of course with Nagaraj and Shyam being designers, I have worked with them intensively because I have been a customer to them, and actually I've been a customer wherein they have designed my stores Okay, so I will just give you a small thing of how it works behind the designs that, like, even before we talk about design, I will just talk from the customer perspective. So here, what I would like to say is, when we talk about retail store design or other retail stores coming up in any place, the first thing that we understand is, what is it? Like, is it a single store? Is it a multiple stores? Is it something which is getting rolled out across different, because retail is not specific to one store in any place, any city, any country, or anywhere. It's multiple number of stores that come in, because this has to reach out to every customer, and the customers are spread all over. So what we normally do is, one is, as a company or as a customer, there is something which we call as designing the stores, or rather strategizing our rollout plan, which is like, if you're talking about how do you want to be present yourselves in the country, how do you want to move about it, is what we talk about. So in this case, typically the management is completely responsible for coming up and strategically telling what is your business plan. So the business plan here is, we come back and say, yes, we as a company, or rather, as a brand, would like to come up with this many stores, and our plan for the year is, okay, we would like to put up 50 stores this year, and that is going to be spread across the different states, different cities. And again, it depends on the type of cities. Like, the brand always talks about what is the kind of place you need to go, where you have to be present, because the size of stores when it comes to retail could be as small as 100 square feet, and could go up to huge places where you're talking about even a lack of square feet of space. So this, when I talk about any store size, it differs. So there is no fixed size for the thing, but of course the size of the stores matters to where these stores are located in a city or in a place. It can be within a high street, it can be in a mall, or it can be a totally independent building which could come up somewhere as an exclusive store of their own. So it is very important for us to understand what size of the store is, because based upon the brand and the product that is coming into that particular store, and identifying a store for that. Identifying a store, what I mean here is the real estate part of it. So when we talk about real estate, is like getting the right place, getting the right size of store, and getting it in a place where the product is going to sell, because that is important. Understanding the product, where your customer is going to be, what is this potential of the customer to buy the product that you are talking about, all that matters. So based on these criteria, we decide the locations in terms of where these stores have to come up in a city or in a country. Like, there's a business plan. So once this business plan is done, we identify locations based upon the brand requirement, and then the store is given to the designers. Now, the brief of the brand is very important, wherein we have to very clearly tell what the brand is going to talk, what is it going to bring to the customer, how it is going to be implemented. Now, this brief is absolutely important, because that's already been covered by Nagaraj and Shyam, wherein they talk about the customer perspective. Like, for them, it becomes the brand is the customer there, like, and how the brand is going to play a role in terms of the design. Because here what happens is, one is in terms of what is the size of the store, how the brand is going to be placed in the store. That is very important, based on the products that is there. And then again, you talk about how you're going to design in terms of the plan that has been thought about by the brand itself. Like, there is a budget constraint that comes into the picture. It has to be very clearly given to the designers, where they understand what is the kind of budget that we have to plan a store. Okay, that matters. And then again, the price points of your brand also matters, because then they understand how they could place it in their design. That is important. So they in fact, they would get to understand more details of the brand, which has to be given as a brief to the designers. And when we talk about budget, it's also very clear that we have to tell them how many stores we are going to roll out, what is the cost of the store, because it does matter, and the timelines in which this rollout is going to happen. So when we talk about the timeline, it is like how long would you take to execute the store and how fast would you execute the store, again, without compromising on the entire design that has been done, with no quality issues, and ensuring that everything is done as per plan which is there. So, these are the key things that needs to be addressed and very clearly defined before we get into any design stage. So that's how
Yeah.
it works, right?
Oh, yes.
Very concisely put forward. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, Nirmala. That was a totally different perspective to the entire process, I would say, because
Yeah.
you're also talking for the client. Being a designer yourself, you're also talking for the client, and sort of we had an insight into their viewpoint and what exactly
Yeah.
the client wants from the designer. So thank you for those two varied perspectives from the two of you. If we
Yeah.
could move to the question and answer sessions.
Yeah.
Um, I have a few questions here, after which we will take up questions from the panel of audience. Um, if I may address this to Mr. Nagaraj first, because
Yeah.
I think these questions are a little student centric and probably already on the minds of students right
Yeah.
now after having seen this presentation. The first question is, what is the difference between an interior designer and a retail space designer? So I think this is the first time that the student community is sort of exposed to such a varied, retail space, though they have, at least from our school, they have handled like a store design at some point during their education. But today I think they've got an insight into how much more goes into actually designing a store. So would you say that there is a
Yeah.
difference between an interior designer and a retail space designer?
Yeah, Ms. Preeti. See, interior design is a generic word. I mean, just for an example, let us say, if I do a MBBS, okay, so he is a doctor. So
Right.
then there is a specialist also, like a dental surgeon or what you say. They have many things. Like even in the normal world, if you say cricket itself is it has so many things now. 2020, one day test matches and all that. So cricket
Right.
is not. We cannot say this. So what is happening now? Everything is becoming a specialization in the field. When the competition is more and the society is coming up and all that, so everybody want to address in a particular field. Even in athletics also, there is a 100-meter also, 200-meter also, there is a decathlon also. It is not, I mean, it is there. So it's the same way. So the difference in interior and retail design. So interior has a, under interior design, actually retail design is there. That's it, in the sense, just to tell you. So we have a residential, we have factory, you have offices designs, you have. So whereas when you say interior, generally we think about the residences where actually you're designing for a person. You're designing for a single person who is your client. When you are doing a retail, actually you're designing for a group of people. I mean, like example, what we are talking about, like a target customer and all that, what we are talking about. So we are actually doing for the mass, for the whole thing. So that has to be kept in mind in and also in retail, it is more like a theater where all the elements of, if you say sound, light, the color, texture, the experience, everything to be taken in designing. Like even few example what we showed from the thinking, from the story, building a strategy, then coming into that. Example, now creating a story. I mean, let us say he has to have a brand recall in the sense when he actually completes his whatever browsing and buys something from the store, actually he should feel like going back to the store. I think what is that recall value you create? So these are all the aspects actually, and also there is a zoning, some retail design tools are there, like from the facade, from the entrance, then you call it as a decompression zone. That means where between the store and the street where we are coming. So usually you call it as a window display and all that, where actually customer sets in. So this is what I'm going to go in the windows are very, very important. Calm their mind and address what actually we are going to show. So then he interacts with the product, then converts the relation, builds and all that. So we need to create that belonging to that particular brand. So understand, so you have to learn psychology, the demography, the target customer, all that we need to know. So this is you are designing for the whole group of people, not for an individual person. I mean, as a whole, this is one of the what you say detail, and there are many things like experience, like all this are all added into this. I think this is what I can tell you the basic difference.
Sir, would you say that one also realizes when one visits a mall or even a standalone store, you sort of recognize the brand as soon as you see the store, how, I mean, does it sort of curb your creativity to some extent, because there are certain set probably colors or certain set materials that one needs to follow so that you identify that brand? For example, if I walk into a Zara store, I know that it is a Zara store. If I walk into Tommy Hilfiger, I know it's Tommy Hilfiger. So does it in some way sort of curb the creativity of the designer? Does it make your job easier? I mean, even in such a scenario, how do you still manage to remain at your creative best?
See here, see, we are not artists here.
Right.
Artist does whatever he gets inspiration, whatever he is happy with.
Right.
Now, this is a design with responsibility. In the sense, we are bringing that aesthetic value to the brand and to increase their business. So there is, we are designing with a responsibility. So now, like what Ms. Nirmala said, in the brief itself, you have the budget, you have the what you say constraint of the space and all that. So that is a challenge. How actually you do put your effort to bring in. I think that is taken. I mean, that is by default, it is there. So within that, what is that you are going to achieve? That is an individual signature, in the sense that designer's signature.
Yes.
Even though the client is going to spend on that, in the sense on the product, on the store, naturally, if he has to get a business, so then only again he can survive. So naturally, the creativity will not compromise. It is only how creative you think. That's it, within the limitation.
Sure.
I mean, like even the samples what we showed, all the different categories, but all are addressed in a different manner.
Okay.
Even the same two fashion brands may not look alike.
Yeah,
True.
can I just add one more to Nagaraj's
point?
Point. See, basically, each one of us have our own personality, right? So the way we dress, the way we look, the way we behave, and everything. Each one has their own personality and persona, what we call as. When Nagaraj was explaining the persona of the brand, so there is something what we call as a process of this, we call creation of brand identity. So there is an identity of a person. So when I say Preeti has an identity, right? She has a persona and an identity. The same way the brands will have their own persona and identity. So when we are talking about look and feel of the brand, when I look from outside, like what you said, when I go to Zara, I immediately note that this is a Zara store. If I remove the name of the brand signage also from the facade, you can still make out that it's a Zara store. Why? Because the brand has created an identity, which is already in the mind space of the customer. So the customer once sees a brand, he will visual understanding by the customer is far more pertinent and far more impactful compared to any other kind of communication. So I create an identity within my mind. Okay, Zara means this kind of color, this kind of tones, this kind of look and feel. So that is what the brand strives basically to create the imagery in the mind of the customer. So
Right.
that is where when I go, so immaterial of I go to a Tommy Hilfiger store in Bangalore or whether I go in any part of the world, there is an identity which is there of the brand.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yes.
so much,
Yeah.
Nagaraj and Shyam.
Thank you.
If I may ask Shyam another question. In the current generation of technology as a prime driver, how does it impact retail and also customer experience, especially when you have these online businesses that are, I think you did touch upon it earlier about, how the online shopping is playing a very significant role. So you did speak about combining the two, and that's something that you have been working
Correct.
on of late. If you could elaborate some more or give us your take on the
See,
topic.
as I initially expressed, that today to get the best of both the worlds, which is the digital world, see, digital element is a tool to enhance customer experience and also give more convenience to the customer. So digital is not a competition to the physical store. So always we think that digital is a competition, digital is here to stay, physical stores will slowly fade off and all that. I don't think that is right. Digital is only an added tool to enhance the customer experience and convenience. So how we bring in both of them in the store journey or the customer journey within the store, give more information to the customer, make the customer more educated about the product, and also make him convenient in selecting the right product what he wants is very important. I'll just give you an example. All of you are aware of the brand Wildcraft, right? Wildcraft is a very popular brand which is into hiking, trekking, and all the gears attached, all the trekking gear, hiking gear, what they sell. Also the bags what they sell. So Wildcraft had a challenge in their store that they had about 14 highly technical products. I'll just give you an example of one of the products. They have a shoe called as the self-draining shoe. So when you go for trekking or hiking, when you keep walking and in your trekking, you put your leg into a puddle of water. Just imagine that there is some water and you put your leg into the water. And once you put your leg into the water, walking further will become extremely difficult. All of us know that if your shoes are wet, especially your socks and shoe are wet, it's not as easy to walk in a regular scenario, right? So Wildcraft had brought a shoe called the self-draining shoe, where after you start walking, within the first 10 steps after you put your leg into the water, the shoe will drain itself. They had a technology where the shoe will drain itself. Okay. So when they introduced this product in the store, most of the customer service agents were unable to explain this consistently to all their customers. See, in today's world, where a customer service agent gets 15 to 20,000 rupees salary, I'm just giving you an example, okay? If another brand offers him another 1,000 rupees more, the customer service agent will move from one brand to another brand. So getting somebody to explain these technical aspects consistently to the customer is very important. And so it means that a lot of training also has to happen to these customer service agents. But Wildcraft had a challenge that training their people who are frequently changing is very big challenge. So what we did was we introduced a small, so like this, there were about 14 products in their brand, which were highly technical and had to be explained to the customer. So what we made was we created a small space within the center of the store, placed all these products in the on those that particular zone, or we call it as a kiosk within the store, and we activated through RFID, that is radio frequency identification device. We introduced RFID chips in the product, and we made videos of all these 14 different products, explaining the different technical aspects, videos about how it can be used, what can be done, etc. All the aspects were recorded in a short videos of 60 to 90 seconds. So for example, you are going there as a customer, you look at the product, it is highlighted product, it's in the center of the store. So you will ask that, what is this product? You will say, sir, this is a self-draining shoe. So the customer service agent doesn't have to explain everything. She'll say, sir, I will explain you how this works through the video. So you'll pick up the shoe and place it on the sensor there. And the video about the entire product, the video, how it is used, what is the technology behind it, everything will start playing in the video. Okay, so just giving you an example. So like this, all the 14 products, they were able to explain consistently to all their customer. So whether now the customer service agent changes or not, the video communication is the same to the customer. So by this, when we did this in the store, these particular 14 different products, the sales of this product went up by 21% in the next 3 months. So as Nagaraj said, the idea of bringing anything is to increase the, create awareness to the customer and also increase the business to the brand. So these are two simultaneous things. So design has to act as a tool to increase this. So here digital element in the store design was brought in to enhance the customer experience. So customer feels, oh, not bad, I'm able to get the complete information, the technical aspects of this product, and I'm able to make a informed decision whether I like this product and buy it. So the brand also benefited by having more sales because of this. So this is an example of how digital element or the physical element can be brought in into the store and create a great experience to the customer. And this experience, what we are talking about, the customer will never forget. He will say, okay, when I went to Wildcraft, this is the way they addressed my concern, or this is the way they showcase their product. So they will always remain in the mind space of the customer.
Very useful and insight that we have. I'm sure everyone would agree with that. It's not just the duty of the designer to create a beautiful environment, to create a convenient environment, to create an environment that you want to come back to again and again, but also as a designer, your responsibility to give your client that extra edge so that the customer wants to come back, and for you to be able to create those new experiences for the customers, so that the customer wants to come back again and again to the store. So I suppose even we as designers have to be abreast of what that brand signifies and what is it that they exactly want to convey to the end user or the buyer, so to speak. Thank you, Shyam, for that insight. Along the same lines, I would like to ask Nirmala a question. As so many factors, like Shyam spoke now, the digital, it's the digital factor, it's art, it is science, all of this is incorporated in design. So if this has to be delivered within a stipulated timeline, how challenging is it to actually convert the concept into a reality? Would you take that question, Nirmala?
Yeah, Keerthi. See, coming very specifically to talk about a concept to reality. Now, what is a concept? Concept is something which has been designed by the designers, which they have come up with based upon the introductory thing about the brand, whatever has been given to them. Now, who are the people, or rather, who is the brand there? Now, when it comes to the brand, the company responsible for a particular brand has got all the stakeholders behind. Like, if you talk about any brand or any company, you have about 4 or 5 departments. You will have literally a salesperson, you will have somebody doing the marketing, you'll have somebody doing the IT part, somebody doing the finance part, you'll have, like this, there are different departments which manage a brand or a store or a company. Now, first thing, when a concept is finalized by a designer, there is something called the stakeholders' involvement in the complete design concept that comes in, wherein they all have to buy in and accept the concept that has been designed. And next what happens is, when you have this concept already been designed by the designers, it becomes very important for the entire stakeholders of the company to believe in that particular concept or the brand the brand, the concept. They create that. So it really matters that they believe in it, and they continue to believe it till the end when the project is delivered. Because when we talk about the beginning of the project, there could be certain things that people have in mind, and they should not start, losing out that belief when it comes to the project closure. Like they should be completely looped in and maintain the vision throughout. So, because every department in a company or a brand that has been created needs to be completely involved in this, bringing the vision to a mission that has to be completed. So that's the key thing when it comes to the management part of it, and having the stakeholders coming in together to accept the concept. And then, of course, there is a process driven completely thing in terms of how you get the project from start to the end and hand it over to the people, or other, to the sales guys to start operations and sell the product. But this is very important, wherein you get the buy-in and keep the mission active till it is, the vision active till it will become a mission. That's important. Yeah.
Thank you, Nirmala. My next question is to Mr. Nagaraj. How do you add the different types of space? Like if it's a kiosk, or if it is a shop in a shop, or if it is a standalone store for a single brand, how do you address these different formats of space so that you can promote the product and their personality? I think you did speak about it a little bit when you were explaining the design process, but if you could give us a little more insight into that.
As I told you, when we arrive at the concept, when it is being approved by the brand also and the designer also, like Shyam mentioned, what you say, you take it as a brand identity. So there is a brand identity created for the particular brand. So then there will be, let us say, there will be around 20 signature elements in the brand, maybe from the facade and to the entrance and to the cash counter and the wall treatments and all that. If you take it, there are, let us say, 20 elements which actually physically builds the persona of the brand. So what happens is, now naturally brand cannot just stay at one place as a high street or a mall store and all that. So it has a different formats, like example, it can be in a kiosk, it may be in a beach, or it may be in a mall atrium, it can be in a community center, or it can be in an airport. So from there, to just to explain you one more, we call it as a shop in shop. Like example, you would have seen Central, Lifestyle and all that, where all the brands stays next to each other. So it is not an individual store of a particular brand. So there is a space allotted, and you need to create that identity within the space. And store actually where you have your own space to play. And there is one more format called a flagship store, actually, which will become the brand imagery. That is more of a brand heritage, or talking about the whole soul of the brand depicted in that store. So these are all, the areas are different, environments are different. Still, we need to be, what you say, for the customer to identify, yeah, this is my brand. So what actually we do, like I said, the elements, when you design a store, and when you are inside the store, you are actually covered by that environment of the brand. Let us say Simon Carter, if you are talking about. So same thing, when I'm doing in a shop in a central, where next to that there is an arrow after 8 feet. When I'm seeing a Simon Carter, I'm seeing arrow also this side. I'll be seeing something BlackBerry also this side, or some other brand also. So how actually that conveys that brand. So here what happens is, then in these things, you have to be little more shouting, in the sense you have to be little more dramatic in shop in shop. compared to the store, what you do. It is actually a little subtle when you design in a store. When it comes into shopping, the shop in shop, so you bring in the brand elements, maybe the signage and all, you need to vary a little bit just to compete with the other things. So these has to be taken care. Even in a mall atrium, if you see, there are a lot of people, there is a center space of 10 by 10, where it may be a, let us say, one MACD kiosk or a apparel store or a luggage brand. How you create? Because that is more of a sculptural, where actually you have the brand attacked by all the four sides. So there is an approach to do that. It is not actually a wall, you have the product you have and all that.
Do you pick on some particular element, which sort of depicts the brand when there are so many of them placed one next to the other?
Yeah. Definitely. That's what I said. In out of 20 elements, so from the preferences, we start from the facade. Like if you see McDonald's also, they have they call it as a golden arches and the clown. So even if you just put two things, it is known as it's a McDonald's in the sense. Even though the product and all will follow, so you need to shortlist what are the elements. Then you start converting that place into that, which actually creates that. So this is definitely, it is not just an adaptation. So if you are working through to the depth of the brand, we will analyze the space and we depict it there. I think that's how we reflect the story of the same, because it should talk the same story from the store to the street, wherever it is.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Nagaraj. My next question would be to Mr. Shyam. With evolving and fast changing times and also expectations from customers, what do you foresee is the future of retail design? And also, I would like you to touch upon, the current international trends and whether it actually influences Indian retail design. If it does, how does it do it?
Okay. To start, I think it's a quite a challenging question. So the thing is, right now, if you start with anything for designing, I mean, especially in retail design. What are we looking at the center of it? The center of it is looking at the customer. From any angle you look at it, whether it's the brand or the designer or anybody, any particular aspect we look at it, we are looking at the customer. So customer is the king. So the first question to answer in the changing scenario, I think what we have to look at it dramatically is that how design can effectively look at bringing convenience and happiness to the customer. So what is the quotient you measure the success of a brand? Anything you look at, the quotient you measure the success of a brand is the customer's happiness. Okay. So when I say customer's happiness, it means that in all aspects, whether it is the service provided within the store or the overall store design, the experiences what the customer gets within the store, the journey he takes within the store, or the journey he takes online for the brand, all of them have to deliver happiness to the customer apart from delivering a good product. So good product also will deliver happiness to the customer. So I think the far more most important aspect in this fast changing thing is how the physical elements of the store, that is the store design itself, and the digital elements of the store. As I told you, whether it's an online platform or whether it is the digital element within the store design, where you can create convenience to the customer, inform him better, ask him to take more informed decisions about the brand and the product, the brand being more transparent to the customer, and the overall experience within the store gives the customer happiness. So I think that is what is very important. So all the other elements are tools to enhance the customer's happiness. So like what Nagaraj mentioned during his thing, the store also is becoming more like a theater or more like a drama stage. So whether it is how you evoke the five senses of the customer. So whether it is the sight, obviously what you see is the first sense. How do you evoke the senses of smell? How do you evoke the senses of what you hear? How do you evoke the senses of taste? Taste means Even a simple thing like customer entering the store is given a glass of water, because water is something very important. I mean, you would have gone around the entire thing. Giving a glass of water makes the customer feel relaxed and also makes him impressed about the particular way you're being treated. Okay, and also how you're evoking all the five senses. And so if it is what you call store like a chocolate store, just imagine that you're entering a chocolate store. How are you evoking the five senses? Visually, this chocolate store can be colorful, made it very enticing to the customer. What do you call smell wise, you can bring in a lot of chocolate smell within the store, or a particular essence smell. For example, if it is a mango season, you can bring in the smell of mango within the store, so that you're already creating that urge for the customer to taste that particular thing. Then you're given a small sample of a mango chocolate, which is of the season. Okay, so by bringing these three elements, you're actually converting the customer to buy the product. You will say, if you're a mango lover, automatically you'll say, okay, after tasting the product, you like it, you say, okay, give me 200 grams or 500 grams of that chocolate. So the conversion point is very high. Why? Because the customer is already happy. So the senses are activated. So like this, how are you creating dramatic elements within the store? So I'm just giving you an example of this. So again, digital elements can be integrated in this experience to make it much more, interactive and engaging to the customer. So how are you creating all this and bring drama to the entire store, the experience journey of the customer is what will be the future of retail design. So we have to be on our toes, understand. So like Nagaraj also mentioned, psychology is a very important aspect in the design, understanding psychology of the customer. We need to understand the psychology of the customer and what is that will activate his mind, or activate his senses to bring happiness to him. So we need to understand that and start designing the stores. I mean, when it comes to the second part of the question of national and international, I think internationally they are much ahead of us, because the customer is much more evolved there compared to what we are in India. We are at the customers internationally, especially in the Western countries. I'm not talking internationally everywhere, but especially in the Western countries, they're at least 5 to 10 years ahead of us of what they can expect and what they want from a particular brand or from a particular shopping experience. So whether use of technology or use of this sensorial elements to activate the customer and make him more happy, I think they're much more ahead. And one good thing is that we don't have to reinvent the wheel of what they are doing. They're doing a lot of R&D and discovery and invention to make sure that the customer is happier and he comes back again and again to the store for purchase. That cycle is already there. So we have to look at how we can use that. Not that I'm suggesting to copy that. I'm saying how are we able to use that and bring that into an Indian context, because the cultural elements and the cultural aspects of the customers there are different, and our customers are different in India. But how are we able to use those tools and adapt that into the Indian context is something which we should be looking at and enhance that customer experience.
Right. Thank you so much, Shyam. I mean, that was quite insightful, in the sense that it's not just about the experience of going to a store and buying a product. It might be your favorite product. It might be the same brand of jeans, for example, that you might want to use over and over again. But also, as a designer, it is your responsibility to touch upon the five senses of the person who walks into the store. I mean, this is something that probably even I didn't think of, and I totally get why we called today's title "Retail Design in the Experience Generation," after having listened to whatever inputs you guys had. But again, coming back to ground realities, I have a question for Nirmala here. How do you address when you execute a retail concept store, being a multi-vendor, multi-activities, and joining all of them to get a common result? How do you manage all these different vendors on one platform? So I think, from the very experience-oriented inputs that we got from Shyam, we are back to the realities of actually executing all of this, and managing so many different vendors on the same platform. How do you get all of them to sort of listen to what you want and get them to do what to arrive at that final product?
Okay, this is what is I would say, the ground challenges that we face in typically every place. Okay, we get beautiful designs, everything is done, signed off, clearly accepted by the client, all that is done. Now, how do we go about bringing this to reality and literally showcasing this beautiful store that has been visualized and created by the designers becomes a very important element for the project management and executing the entire thing. Now, you know very well that while they design, there are so many elements that come into the store. It obviously even calls in for a number of vendors who would be delivering the different elements that come into the store design as such, right from a civil work to the carpentry works, electrical, air conditioning, a lot of things, services, everything that comes into the store design. So it becomes very important. One is talking about vendor management and literally the project management as such. Now, vendor management, identifying the right vendors, again, depending on the rollout as to how you're going to do it, whether you're doing it in one city, multiple locations in a city, multiple cities, and all this matters. So for example, we are doing a rollout in the country like India. How do you do it? And you want to come up with a retail stores. You want to literally launch about 10 stores on the same day at different locations. And that's because when you talk about the customers, when you're launching a product, it also becomes very important that how you reach it out to the customers. So, you are already announcing that, yes, this product has come in here and we're launching it at these locations. And this is how we are going to open it. Or rather, the first store is opening on a particular day in this 4 different cities or 4 different locations in a city. So that is the announcement that has been made. And now how do you bring it to the reality? So what we normally do is we have a very clear project planning that is very important, wherein we have to necessarily quantify the entire project clearly and monitor the progress at different stages, which is very, very critical. And for which we obviously do use a number of tools which are there for project management. And apart from that, we expect the staff, rather, the people who are working on it to be very smart and clean, which is most important for this rollout that we talk about. Okay. Now, how do you do that? That is important. Planning is done. Communication is very important. So how do you communicate? First is, yes, how do we roll out the project and taking the confidence of all your vendors, your project planners, your engineers, everyone into the thing, and telling them how you want to go about the project. So the communication should be clear both ways. One is what you expect about it and what comes out as a reality from the site situations. Because when there is a site progress that is happening at the site, the works, we don't want any miscommunication. It is very clear. There is when the planning is done, there is always a sequencing that happens in the project. Okay, you start with this work, and the next work comes in, or services has to come in, and then you do. So that there is a project planning that happens, and it is very important that the sequence is maintained, and that is clearly communicated back to the key stakeholder or the project head, wherein they understand that this is the progress. And we don't want any miscommunication that happens. Somebody should not come and say, we have finished this work, but that work is not done. So if there is a miscommunication, that leads to a delay in the project itself. So, because the sequencing has to be followed right. That is most important. So one is this communication, and obviously using the right tools for it. And then budget is another important element that plays, wherein we have to necessarily stay within the budget that has been planned right from the beginning. Because, when the concept is done and the detailing of the project is done, the budgets are frozen for any project, whether it is a 100 square feet store or a lakh of square feet store, whatever it is, there is always a pre-planned budget that comes into the thing where the designers are involved and the project management team is aware of it. So monitoring these things at intervals and ensuring that it is within the budget makes it easy for an execution. Because there are chances of things going up, but then, it's always nice to be within the planned budget. So, you don't have to go back and forth in any ways. Now, again, talking about another important element when it comes to executing, the skill sets are very important. Identifying the right skills, the right vendors who have got the right skill, because when the project is in progress, we do not want any unskilled laborers or any unskilled work that is happening at the site. Because the moment there is an unskilled element coming into the project, then there is other issues. There will be delays, there will be quality issues, and the end product will not be the same as what we expect or what is about to be coming. And in the process, we also talk about accountability. Now, accountability comes within each and every person who is working on the project and the backend workers as well. So each one become responsible for the project, whether it is, handing over the right designs at the right time, giving in the right, everything matters, whether it is paying the vendor on time and getting the vendor to do the job, because obviously there is something called the back-end work, which every vendor has to do. He has to procure material, he has to bring it to the site and all these kind of things. And they all have to be accountable for whatever they are doing, typically at any project that matters. And another thing that we have, another thing that we have to keep in mind is the scope creeps. We should not have any change in scopes that happen as the project moves on. So that is why we say when we talk about any project, take time, finish the planning well in advance, and do not change the scopes. So then the moment there is a scope change that happens, there is a delay, there is going to be changes that happens, the designers have to go back and rework, unless otherwise there is a site situation that demands a change in the scope. We do not normally change the scope of work that has been assigned in the beginning. So that's very important to make sure these scopes are all maintained in the, kept in check at many times. And in spite of all this, when we talk about the change in scope that could happen, there is always something which you have to keep a contingency plan in order. So what happens? There are chances which are not in your hand. The controls are not in your hand, because there could be situations wherein, the nature plays a havoc, the time plays a havoc with you. There are so many things that happens. But as project managers, we have to keep the contingency plan very much in hand and be prepared for what could be done as a plan B or a plan C. That's very important when it comes to these kind of things. And another most important point is, do not give unrealistic deadlines. That's most important. Be realistic and ensure that most of the projects should be an experience thing. Probably you can always say, if you're talking about 10 stores to be rolled out at the same time, don't commit for the 10 stores. At least, make sure that one store is done right, and you evaluate the entire thing, whether the time taken, how much it takes to come out with a product, bring in an element into the store or whatever it is, whether it is furniture, whether it is a digital display, whether it's anything to do with the merchandise, if it's getting imported, if it's been brought in from somewhere else. So, be realistic, get the whole thing right, and then give the deadlines. Because the moment the deadlines are given and you have already set your date for the opening, and if you even miss that, then you're like, you lost out on the project. So, that's not the thing. So it's very important to be realistic when you do the plans.
Right.
So that's
right.
the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very, very detailed explanation about the ground realities of executing such beautiful interiors. I mean, the images were so mind-boggling, and such beautiful detailing and colors and a lot of my personal favorite was the so many tiles experience center. Wow, I mean, you guys have come out with so many things that probably someone hasn't thought about in the past. But thanks to Nirmala, we get to know about how these things actually happen. And actually, my next question to Nirmala was, will the design get compromised at any given point of time? Considering that you have so many people that you have to take into account while executing. But I suppose she answered even that with her very, very detailed explanation about how the job actually gets executed. So thank you so much for that. I think I'll just move on to the questions, because I think there are a lot of questions that seem to have come in from some of the participants. So I'll just take up a couple of questions there. I don't know how relevant this is, but I have someone who says, I would like to know what architects are looking for in an architectural portfolio when students like us apply for an internship with your firm.
Okay. Yeah. No, first,
no, it's okay. It is relevant for them, so that's not a problem. I think, shall I take this question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. Yeah. So I think what we look at, because as you introduced, I also teach in Bangalore University Department, UAC, so I can definitely answer this. I think what we look at is the overall experience. One is definitely the design skills, what you have. So what we evaluate is understanding how good are you in design, okay, in out of the box thinking, and are you doing something which everybody is doing, or are you doing something which you're different from the rest of the group? That I think we see that specifically in a portfolio. And apart from this is your other skills, like your drafting skills, your presentation skills, what you do within when you're given a project, or what is there anything which you do beyond what you are expected to do. So I think today tools like the tools like presentation skills and all that are definitely what most of the students are good at. I mean, whether it is any kind of software usability and things like that, I think students are quite good in that. But I think it's not just that. I think we also look at how are you good in presenting? Are you looking at, have you done a study of what are the professional ways of presenting? Are you incorporating any of that? We don't expect a very high professional level of presentation, but are you incorporating any of those aspects in your presentation? I think that is something what we look at in the portfolios. And obviously, when the portfolio comes, the most important criteria, as I said, is the creativity, what is there, or the out of the box thinking is there, what we look at from the students.
Right. All right. Thank you, Shyam. I have a question from Chelsea Rebello, and she says, what are the challenges faced by a designer while balancing between design persona and ideas of the designer? I suppose she means, how do you sort of balance between what you think idea as a designer and what would Mr. Nagaraj want to take that?
Yes, I will tell you. See, it is like when you given a mathematics question paper, you cannot answer physics. Okay. So might be the answer is there in that. The persona, naturally you need to design. Here the designer creativity is a tool to take it to the next level, whatever the brand it may be. So here designer first has to lose or forget his ego. We have to be ready to take rejections, but still we have to be motivated ourselves and work. So here, when we say designer and persona, what she's talking about, in a team, you play to make the team win, not the individual to gain. So
Right.
here, the client is there as a team. We are between client and the customer. So design is actually in between. So we have to make customer happy. At the same time, we need to make a client also happy. So I cannot force anything what I know. Only thing is I can add what is actually I can add value to the client's brief and bring something which is good for a customer, which we need to create a belonging. The customer should say that I am belong to this brand, or I'm subscribing to this brand. Something like that which we need to create. So that is why it is so much interesting. If you work as an artist or a designer, I mean, all the stores will start looking same then. See, unlike an artist has a freedom to create his own style or a manner or a texture and all that, designer doesn't have that luxury to be an artist, because design is a responsibility. So even in AutoCAD, 1 inch line drawing will cost 1 lakh rupees if you make a mistake.
Right.
Okay, so it is very, very important. It is not a glamorous job at all. Maybe after it is delivered, because usually it happens. I mean, even we have some students and interns also. If you give one design for a fashion store, then next time if you give one more fashion store, he said, no, I've already done the fashion store. Give me something new.
Okay.
Actually, in our retail profession also, they are going to come specialists now. Now it is not. Maybe 10 years back, organized retail design started. Now we have design schools also. So then it is going to be maybe another 10 years, you have a designer who specializes in only apparel store design. Designer, there is a specialization only in home improvement. So which is already there in the architect profession. You have a architect who does contemporary architect or green and all that. You already have, you go to that particular architect for your house design. So which is actually going to happen here also, but that has a time. I can't be a Hussein. I cannot force my style in all the homes. I can't do it. So this is what we need to understand. So we need to lose some part of us here. I think that's what I keep telling people also. Always this question is there when the young people comes, but we should not lose that madness or whatever you say. That always should be there. Even though with forcefully, gradually we habituate to the regular thing, but we have to retain. So when if really they want to do something, what we need to do, it is like you design according to the client what he needs with best of your creativity and all that. You present it. Then if you really feel strong that something else will work, you make that also and present it. It is not that only that what I like. So maybe we can change his vision also. I think these are the challenges in day-to-day life in this profession, which we need to go through. I mean, you cannot make a century in all the matches. Isn't it? You have to make the team win. That's it. Maybe the individual will not win sometimes.
True. Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah.
I'll go to the next question. Thank you, Nagaraj.
Thank you.
What are the different professions that interact with each other when a retail store is being designed? Maybe Nirmala can take that. I think I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's CAE, so Shawl or Shall. I don't know how I pronounce that student's name. But what are the different professions that interact with each other when a retail store is being designed? Is the question.
Probably I would just put in the different elements that get into the store itself. Like when we talk about the store design, yes, one is the interior store designer is there, where part of the thing. But there is all other elements which go into the store, like you have the services that come into the thing. You have an electrical engineer who would obviously want to give them the best of the thing, because when we talk about design, the interior designer would come and say, yes, I want this much lumens of lighting to be coming in, because the designer has very clearly defined how much lighting, what kind of lighting he requires for a particular store, because each product has to be highlighted in different amount of light that is required. I'm just using it as an example. So similarly, there will be MEPs, like, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, depending on the element that comes into the thing. So obviously we will need the MEP support, wherein you'll have the mechanical supports like for your air conditioning, if there is any, or any other equipments that would be coming in, if there is a particular brand. Say, for example, if you're talking about a store where you're actually giving equipments as sale, like, probably it could be electronic store, or it could be a home appliances store. But if you want to have some live demos or anything, you will need the support of the different departments that would be coming into. So obviously what I would say here is, in a simple thing, you need interior designers, you will need the civil engineer support if there are any structural changes or any required structural elements to be added which come into the picture. You need electrical support, you need the mechanical support, in terms of the mechanical engineering, and you obviously need the plumbers who are coming into the thing. These are the key engineers, I would say, and not to let go the IT support, which is most important, because today every retail store that is coming up is not just physical, it is digital, wherein you really need to have that digital support which comes into the store. So these are the key. And then, of course, the marketing department, which is very important, wherein they come out very clearly in terms of how they want to display, what is the kind of visual merchandising that needs to get into the store and all that. Because from the brand perspective, from the way they do thing, that is another key department that will be involved. And not going without, or without any doubt, you have to have your finance department, which is the most important, because they play the major role in bringing in the cost for the store. And of course, the sales and probably the customer also is very important here, so all these are the key people, or rather, the different departments who do come in to play the major role into the store. And I think I would just put it that way. These are the different people who do come into.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Nirmala. I have just, I think, one last question. How do you look into the briefs and the design process in a multi-brand store like Shoppers Stop or Pantaloons? I think to some extent, Mr. Nagaraj did address that, about how, so I think that is sort of taken care of. I think that comes to the end of our question sessions. I just have one person here who, Harika, but again, sort of not related to the presentation that we had today. I am Harika right now in my class 11. I would like to know my eligibility criteria for admission to your institution. Oh, wow. Okay, Praveen, this is for you. I would like to know about the entrance exams and how to start the preparations from now on.
Sure. So at Bangalore School of Design, there's no cutoff as such, because we are evaluating a creative talent that you might have. That being said, if you're looking at scholarship, we would encourage you to submit a portfolio that can be anything from sketching to drawing to singing, something which will showcase your talent. And beyond all of this, we want you to have the desire to be an interior designer or a designer. That is what we value at Bangalore School of Design. So welcome aboard. We'll see you in 2021.
Good.
That's a name that you got to remember, Harika. I hope you're still on board. So you will probably be a student next year. I'm glad we got a question like that.
Good.
Right. Thank you so much to all the audience for patiently going through the various presentations. I hope it was really useful to all of you, and it was in particular very, very eye-opening for me. Because I never sort of imagined that one had to go to this length of detail, and even the client psychology had to be studied in depth to this extent for you. I mean, no wonder, guys, that you have these awards coming one after the other consecutively.
Thank you.
Wow, like hats
Yeah.
off, lovely job. And thank you for taking us
Thank you.
into the back end and telling us what all I mean, I think it was like a nice balance of Mr. Shyam giving us the examples of the projects that have been handled, and Mr. Nagaraj going into the creative mindset, and Nirmala going into the ground realities of how to execute these projects and how difficult it is to put it all together and make it look as beautiful as it does finally. So thank you guys. Thank you for taking your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on board and
Thank you.
helping us make this a success. Praveen,
Thank you,
anything else that you would like
Praveen,
to
and
say?
thank you,
Thank
Preeti, for
Thank
bringing
you.
us
Thank
up.
you so much. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
And
Thank
we
you.
look forward to having you on a campus once things settle down a little bit.
Yes,
Definitely.
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 Thank you for the opportunity, Miss Preeti, Miss Praveen. It was nice
Oh,
Thank you.
talking
Thank
to
you,
you and your
Preeti.
team.
Thank you,
It was
Praveen.
wonderful. Yeah.
Thank you.
most
Thank you,
Thanks.
Shyam and Nagaraj.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Good
Nirmala.
day.
Thanks, Shyam.
You all.
Yes. Yes.
Thanks, Mamta.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mamta, for all that back work.
Yeah.
See you
Yeah.
guys soon.
Thank
See you
you.
guys. Bye.
Good.
See you.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, bye.
variations from also the